one such factor is something called as the structure or the kind of status of annual accounting report. That's annual statements. There are some which are very fruitful, which can affect the financial market and corporate world, but that is not very much incorporated in most of the financial research. And that's why this particular work or this area is very emerging nowadays. And that too, again, it is very important for emerging economics like in India or any kind of Asian countries. And this work is slightly in this context. And let me highlight what are the basic structure of my paper. So basic introductions basically, and it's a very big paper, so I'm not going in details about the results, etc. I will give you snapshots, and if there is a requirement, I will highlight all these results. So increasing scrutiny on transparency and clarity in corporate reporting. So by the way, I have already mentioned there are certain factors which can influence the financial markets or financial sector, economic as a whole. And again, within these, factors, so the ethical issue, corporate governance issue in the present context are very, very important. And, and that too in the financial world. If the system is not so transparent and not so kind of, well structured, well stable or well established, then that itself will create, lots of, negative impact to the financial sector and economic as a whole. It will not affect the individual firm, individual sector. It can affect the entire economy and entire firm, and then it will not affect a particular country. It will affect the region, and it affect the global economy. So in this context, our one of the objective or the kind of idea is just to highlight what is the issue of transparency and clarity in corporate reporting. You find many cases, particularly the companies which are listed and not listed. So some of the informations are very reliable, very ethical, very transparent, and some of the information are not so ethical. So of course there is a auditing, etc. But still, some of the informations are not very much audited, and as a result, it may have a effect. So what is the message? Before I start my work. There should be proper audit, and there should be proper verifications so far as transparency is concerned, ethics is concerned, and governance. The second aspect is importance of readability and tone in shaping investors' confidence and market dynamics. In financial world, market information is very crucial. If market information is very good, very reliable, very transparent, then it will affect the market, or means it has lots of positive impact in the particular firm and particular sector again in the economy. And if the information is not actually so well, that means not very informative, and again informative, not ethical, not transparent, and again informative, it's not very correct sometimes. So as a result, it may affect the systems. So that's why the second aspect is we have to take care of this readability and tone. Sometimes some of the informations are readily available. It is transparent, ethical, well structured, well maintained, but still, researchers in the financial environment or policymakers or consultant, they may not understand the exact particular structure through which how you can incorporate the particular item, and that may have impact on financial market. So focus on listed this particular paper exclusively focus on Sri Lankan economics, and that too might have heard the Sri Lankan economic was in a big crisis 2-3 years back. As a result, this is a post-hoc analysis, and as a result, it may have some kind of importance, and that too financial sector of Sri Lanka was one point of time it was a very big issue. And somehow it is revamping, and this paper may have some kind of a message or some kind of structure, so that Sri Lankan market, that to financial market can grow very well, and without any statistical evidence or empirical evidence. And Sri Lankan market was not so well, or it was crisis because of this transparency issue and clarity issue in the corporate reporting. And then again, the investigation driven by the need, to understand the determinants within emerging market context. So basically, we are interested to know what are the factors which can affect this particular process. So readability and tone. So what is exactly readability and what is exactly tone? So in this slide, I have slightly highlighted, and it's a age of understanding in a written context, and in the digital world, particularly in the means internet, or kind of with the help of ICT infrastructure. The way I have mentioned, some of the informations are very effective, very useful, but we are not in a position to incorporate, or we cannot quantify properly, or we cannot monetize properly. And again, with the help of digital world, we are in a position to capture some of the components, if not actually very efficient way, but some way, by some proxy, or by some structure, we can gather them. So that is how the matrix is very important. It will give you some kind of means three aspects: phase, fog, and then smog. And again, tone. Tone related to sentiment, basically moved conveyed by the texture, narratives. And some of the types of tone, maybe as I have already mentioned, so it's a negative message, positive message, again in a various different ways. So here I have highlighted something related to positive, negative, uncertainty, litigious, and strong model words. There are many different ways, how you can put that message in a kind of attractive way, informative way, so that it may have a positive impact and negative. Of course, when there is a good news, or very important news, then company or economy can put in a very focused way. And if something negative in news, then they may not have some way to highlight that way. So that means in total, this message should go in a effective way, so that we can understand the entire issue very, very well to establish the market scenario, or the impact in the market scenario. And the research objective is to examine factors influencing readability and tone of annual reports, and leverage data set from Colombo Stock Exchange, and since it's a context of Sri Lankan economy. And then we have taken the data from 1087 farm, and that to from the year 2017 to 2022. And I have already mentioned these are the matrices through which we gather the information, and we have applied comprehensive approach to ensure readability and validity of our findings. Then, by the way, the background is that Sri Lanka is a special kind of occasions through which you can study this particular problem. And I have already informed. And by the way, here the issue is that it is one way it's one kind of emergence the study context influenced by regulatory reform and policy landscape, because this was a very problematic to few years back, and challenges and opportunity in evolving the corporate governance and financial reporting standards. Again, regulatory transformations, then post-global financial crisis offered by Colombo Stock Exchange and Security Exchange Commissions, that is SEC. Adoption of international financial reporting standards for global comparability and transparency. So that means that is how the accounting the readability and tone is very important, because it should have some kind of uniformity. So if that is not there, then that itself will affect the financial system. And challenges in adapting to IFRS affecting disclosure, clarity, and tone. And again, post-war economic policies, growth simulations and investment attraction, strengthening corporate governance framework, then introduction of the corporate governance code of listed companies, then so far as the research significance is concerned, and variation in transparency and communication efficacy, and examining regulatory and policy impacts on corporate disclosures, insights for future policy directions in emerging markets. So some of the literature review. So we have classified in different angles, starting with agency theory, signaling theory, information asymmetry theory, uncertainty, and some of the important points which have highlighted. So how this corporate governance, or again accounting, reporting, etc., will affect in the financial market or financial system. From the various literatures, whatever we have gone through it, so we observe that these are the various variables which can affect the financial systems, and that too will have some kind of accountability, accounting readability and tone issue. Broad characteristics, broad gender diversity, broad independence, CO duality, broad size. These are all very important factors. And so far as a corporate governance is concerned, these factors are supposed to be highlighted very well so that the impact can be studied. That means technically, if these factors will be streamlined properly, then obviously financial sector may not, or particular financial company may not be affected very well. So it will always have a stability, and it may have some kind of positive impact into the financial world and then the entire economy. And farm characteristics, farm size, leverage, farm age, profitability, and farm value. So these are all various factors which can affect this particular requirement. And corresponding to objectives which I have highlighted, so we have two strong hypotheses here. And the first hypothesis is that board characteristics such as gender diversity, board independence, sheer duality, and board size are significantly associated with the readability and tone of annual report. Second, farm characteristic, particularly farm size, leverage, farm age, profitability, farm value, again significantly influence the readability and tone of financial statements. So, like we have identified these factors from literature review, we are interested to know whether these factors are empirically or statistically affecting the particular process. So far as the methodology are concerned, of course, I have seen the previous, talk, professor mentioned about the methods of moments, and we have used also generalized methods of moments to, establish this particular, linkage, and this is a very powerful technique and advanced technique to take care lots of, endogeneity and exogeneity issues. So in this particular problems, we have used that models and to study the impact of, these factors, so far as annual reporting is concerned and tone is concerned. So I have already mentioned, so these are the time periods and these are the samples, and then the way we have actually gathered the data. Of course, this data is a little bit, very contradictory, conflicting, and several issues, and until unless you have in a proper kind of, means proper way to collect it and then to study the impact. So basically, there are, 4 aspects: readability and tone. That's how the major, highlight of this paper. And then in the 2 aspects which we like to interested to know the impact, that's board characteristics and then farm characteristics, which we have already highlighted. So these are the variables under board characteristics, and these are the variables which can have the farm characteristics. And this is how the model here, and we have models there. Particularly, there are 3 items through which you can examine with the help of board characteristics and farm characteristics. So this is how the models, and these are all 3 dependent variables which we try to study, and accordingly there are 3 different equation and 3 different models, and that too we use actually system GMM because it can take care of the endogeneity issue. And in that context, so we have a different kind of results, and I'm not going in details about the results because of time constraint. If anybody interested, I can show you. I have the full paper, and I am directly going to some kind of results and the summary of these results. I'm not showing these results here because these are all very big tables. Towards the end, I will show you from my papers. And sample, this is what the sample, because any kind of process, as usual, normally you have to see the descriptive statistic and correlation matrix to know whether there is any kind of issues related to data, and again any kind of collinearity to solve the problem of multicollinearity and other issues. And as a result, we have first reported descriptive statistic, and of course it has given you better idea to understand the samples and the kind of time frame and the kind of quality of variables and their variations. Everything are detailed here summarized. And again, correlation in the matrix, we find some of the variables as usual. Normally, when you apply correlation, you'll find either negative impact or positive impact. But in this case, some of the variables are having positive impact, and some variables are negative impact. Of course, regression will take care of that, but we find some of the relationship are negative, and some of the relations are positive. And to know which variables affecting positively and negatively, GMM will take care of that one. And again, so these are the broad kind of message which you derive from the correlation results. And for a small negatively affect, and then again it has some kind of readability. And again, the report length positive with positive tone and negative with negative tones. Again, some similarly, there are several other features which you have derived from this correlation analysis. And we have a different kind of models, and we have checked the robustness also to justify our analysis. That is one way. That is one of the requirements of advanced econometrics analysis. And in the baseline models, we start with readability determinants basically, and bird size, SEO duality, gender diversity, font size, leverage. So these are the variables which affect the particular readability. So in the previous slide, I have already mentioned there are three different equations depending upon three different requirements in that to three different variables. So we find the impact of bird size, and that has a positive impact. Then against SEO duality, it is a little bit more complex. Again, less readability, but it has actually positive, and with the fog, and negative with FRES. And then improve readability, again negative with a fog and positive with a FRES. Similarly, farm size, larger farm produce less readability but accessible reports. Again, it has a positive with fog and negative with FREC. And then finally, leverage, complex but accessible reports, and negative with again fog and positive with FREC. That means we find here very interesting or very unique or some kind of similarities that so one side fog has a negative impact, but FRSC have a positive impact. And the top determinants are bird size, SEO duality, and farm size. And then so far the robustness check is concerned, then we go a little bit different levels, and again these three itself will have a different kind of impact, because our job is to check readability and tones, and in between we have used three different variables that itself will give you the signal of robustness. So because our dependent variable is not one, so we have a multiple dependent variables, and that too it specifies the particular impact. And again, two-step system GMM, and the baseline results that to basically consistency with the compared to our original results, some of the changes also very consistent, and that too both size, SEO duality, and then gender diversity, and then lag dependent variables. Again, so the particularly the endogeneity issue. So in the first case, we have not used the lag dependent variable, but in the second case, we have used the lag dependent variable to justify the kind of endogeneity issue. And of course, in this case, it has an impact. So that means technically, the previous impact of annual report or tone will affect the present context, and in addition to other variables like both size, duality, and gender diversity, which can affect the financial system. And coming to the conclusions, and the key findings are means basically the study overview is that we have gone through 1087 annual report. That itself is a very challenging, and the highlighting point is that these are not actually available in a standard form. And again, through some kind of software, particularly through Python package, so we actually get this data and transfer into some way to study this impact. And but then second one is the focus on Sri Lankan and non-financial firms, because this is a major issue during the crisis time. And bore characteristics, larger bore produces clearer reports. Of course, theoretically also very correct, and empirically also we found this is very interesting, and that is coincide with theoretical idea or a logical kind of structure. And combined CO share rules lead to more readable reports. Obviously, if this CO is very well established, or this particular system is well established, so that then the readability report will not be a problematic. And gender diverse boards and female CEO create more concise and clear reports. Of course, this is again one of the very emerging issue, and some of the cases worldwide we find that gender diversity is having lots of positive impact to the financial world, and that too the situation particularly in the context of corporate governance. And farm characteristics, again, bigger farm and smaller farm has a different kind of understanding and the impact. And financial distress, farm producer harder to read the reports, and higher leverage linked to less reliability. And overall, the finding is that effective governance improves report readability, and farm financial health imparts clarity and tone of reports, and gender diversity and leadership play a crucial role in this particular quality. Of course, these are all very interesting points, and these are the key points which you can say that from our research. And so far as results are concerned, so I'll just show you. Of course, some of the implications I can highlight here. It is related to economic implications, academic implications, policy implications, in addition to some of the limitation and future research. And from the limitation side, actually, we have taken only non-financial farm, and that too, reports up to 2022. Of course, the latest report like 2023 and 2024 we have not taken. Of course, this study actually we concluded that 6 months back, and that time whatever available we have captured, and right now some of the data are already available, but we have not considered whatever results there up to 2022 December we have investigated, and whatever results we have found that may also change if we incorporate the latest kind of reports to this particular process, because particularly in the Sri Lankan case, because of this issue, the post-hoc scenario is something different, and that may also have some kind of positive impact and negative impact. But anyway, whatever data we have used, and this particular factor, particularly the corporate governance factor, is well established, means well determined here in the context of financial market and that Sri Lankan market. In futures, and we may include all the separate analysis can be done for financial firms and non-financial firms, and again together, and to see the comparative analysis and the kind of the entire structure of Sri Lankan economy, and some of the other variables which you can have study this impact, and that may have effect in the financial markets. So with this I will stop here. Thank you very much. Any questions? I will share.
Thank you, Professor.
Just
the session is open for questions.
Is it visible?
No, Professor, your presentation was gone. I think 5 minutes back.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, I can't hear it. Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I cannot hear, sir. I hope my voice is going.
I can hear you, but can anyone hear me, Professor Satish?
Yeah, I can hear you. Any problem?
I think Dr. Rudra Pradhan can't hear any of us.
Sorry, sir, I can't hear, sir, anything.
Yeah, but we can hear you, Rudra.
Professor Kumar, I have completed my presentations.
If
there is any questions you can ask, and if you need any results, I can show. But here, actually, I am not sure. I wanted to show the results through my Word file,
Can you
these are all actually detection of my results.
Can you hear me?
And some of the empirical results are again readily available. These are the various results in different ways we have cited here. And I am not bringing all these results because the table is very big actually, and it is not coming in the PPT. So that's why I have not highlighted these results. And instead of all these results, I'm just presented the important findings and the implications.
Professor
Yes,
Rudra, can you hear me?
No, sir, I can't hear you, sir.
But we can hear you.
Coming, sir.
I think there is some problem with from your side, I think. Anyway, if anyone,
those who have any clarifications required can, if Rudra Pradhan is not here, you can post.
I will share my presentation. Okay.
Yeah. The questions you can post in the chat box also. We can.
Yeah.
Or he can also, so that he can also trade.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's fine. Dear participants, if anyone have any questions, please you can put your doubts or questions in the chat box.
Sorry, sir, I could not hear anything.
If there is no one,
then we can let us thank
the speakers.
Okay, so even if he can't hear us, on behalf of everyone, let us thank Professor Rudra for the wonderful presentation, and we will move on to the next talk. So we have with us Dr. Archana Panigrahi. I think Professor Sadish, shall we start with Dr. Archana?
Yeah. You can start with Archana.
Okay. So we have here our next talk is by Dr. Archana Panigrahi, and she is working as an assistant professor in the statistics department.
Thank you, Professor Kumar.
Yeah, Professor, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Yeah, bye.
Yes.
Yeah. There were no questions, so thank you. We are moving on to our next talk.
Sound
Thank
is
you
not
for-
coming actually. I don't know whether others are hearing or not.
I think the problem is still there. So, Dr. Archana Panigrahi is working as an assistant professor in the statistics department of Ravin Shah University, Cuttack. Her PhD thesis entitled "Some Estimation Procedures in Survey Sampling Using Auxiliary Information." She was honored with Ramanujan Puzzle Award in 2012 by Odisha Mathematical Society. She was also honored with Pranakrishna Parigna Popular Science Book Award 2013 in general category by Odisha Vigyan Academy, Government of Odisha, for her book titled Mana Chuan Ganida in Odia. So over to you, Professor Dr. Archana.
Good morning, everyone. Now I am going to present my paper. Thank you.
You are audible and you can share your screen.
Yes.
It is visible, and I think you can make your audio a little more clear. I think it's not.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, it's clear now. You can continue.
And today I am going to present the paper, an efficient variance estimator in two-phase sampling scheme using auxiliary information. The outline of the presentation are introduction, proposed estimator, variance of proposed estimator, comparison of efficiency, empirical study, conclusion, and then references. Now, it has come to introduction. It is well known that the method of increasing the precision of estimators in sample survey use of auxiliary variates which correlates with the main variate under consideration. In case of availability of single auxiliary variable, ratio estimator for positive correlation, product estimator for negative correlation, and regression estimators are commonly used by survey sampling practitioners. The property of unbiasedness is one of the important properties when an estimator constructs. So it is desirable to construct unbiased estimator simultaneously keeping in mind its efficiency. An attempt has been made to construct an unbiased estimator of population variance under two-phase sampling scheme. The proposed class of unbiased estimator, it is usual in two-phase sampling scheme that first we take a preliminary sample size n dash to observe Sx dash square, which is treated as the estimator of Sx square, the population variance of auxiliary variable. Then, as usual, we consider the sample size n dash n small n to observe Sy square, sample variance of study variable, and Sx square, the sample variance of auxiliary variable. Here we suggest an improved class of estimator, considering the linear combination of Sy square, Sx square, square to estimate finite population variance. And the improved class of estimator is given by TTU2 W0 Sy square plus W1 Sx square plus W2 Sx dash square, where W0, W1, and W2 are three suitable constants for statistics. For different values of W0, W1, and W2, we get different estimators of population. By substituting W0 equal to 1, W1 equal to 0, W2 equal to 0, it reduces to mean per unit estimator if V0 is equal to S. By substituting W0 equal to Sx dash square by Sx square, W1 equal to 0, W2 equal to 0, it reduces to two-phase ratio estimator VTR equal to Sy square, Sx dash square, Sx square. Substituting W0 equal to Sx squared by Sx dash square, W1 equal to 0, W2 equal to 0, it reduces to two-phase product estimator TVTP equal to Sy square Sx square by Sx dash square. By substituting W0 equal to 1, W1 equal to 0, and W2 equal to Sx dash square minus Sx square by Sx square, it reduces to two-phase regression estimator TVTLR equal to Sy square plus B cap Sx dash square by minus Sx square B equal to covariance of Sx square comma Sx dash square by variance of Sx, and B cap is the estimated value. By substituting W0 equal to e to the power exponential of Sx dash square minus Sx square by Sx dash square plus Sx square, W1 equal to 0, W2 equal to 0, equation 1 reduces to two-phase exponential ratio type estimator EBTE equal to Sy square exponential Sx dash square minus Sx square by Sx dash square plus Sx square. Substituting W0 equal to e to the power or Ex exponential of X square minus X dash square by S square plus Sx dash square, W1 equal to 0, W2 equal to 0. The equation 1 reduces to two-phase exponential product type estimate TEP, that is X Sy square exponential Sx square minus Sx dash square by Sx square plus Sx dash square. Now the variance of TB0 is given by theta Sy to the power 4 beta 2 y minus 1, where beta 2y equal to mu 4 y and mu 2 square y. The MSE of TBR is equal to Sy square Sy to the power 4 theta beta 2y plus beta 2x minus 2 beta double 2 xy theta dash 2 beta double 2 xy minus beta 2x minus 5. The MSE of TBP is given by Sy to the power 4 theta beta 2y beta 2x plus 2 beta double 2 xy minus 4 plus beta dash 3 minus 2 beta 2 xy minus beta 2. The MSE of TBLR is given by Sy to the power 4 beta 2y minus 1 theta 1 minus zeta square plus theta dash zeta square, where theta dash equal to 1 by n dash minus n, theta equal to 1 by n minus 1 by n, and zeta is the covariance between Sx square and Sy square. Now the MSE of TBR is given by Sy to the power 4 theta beta 2y plus 1 by 4 beta 2x minus beta double 2x minus 1 by 4 plus theta dash beta double 2xy minus 1 by 4 beta 2x minus 3 by 4. The MSE of TVEP equal to Sy to the power 4 theta beta 2y minus plus 1 by 4 beta 2x beta 2xy minus 1 by 9 plus theta dash minus 1 by 4 beta 2x minus beta 2xy plus 5 by 4. We determine W0, W1 and W2 such that TU2 is an unbiased estimator of the population variance Sy square. Hence, we put the condition that expectation of TU2 is equal to Sy square, which implies that W0 Sy square plus W1 Sy square plus W2 Sy square equal to Sy square. And by simplifying this, we get the equation W0 minus 1 Sy square plus W1 plus W2 Sy square equal to 0. Hence, if the condition 2 is satisfied, then TUT is an unbiased estimator of the population variance Sy square. Now the variance of the estimator, which is given by the formula, variance of TU2 is equal to W0 square, variance of Sy square plus W1 square, variance of Sy square plus W2 square, variance of Sx dash square plus 2 W0 W1, covariance of Sy square Sx square plus 2 W0 W2, covariance of Sy square Sx dash square plus 2 W1 W2 covariance of Sx square minus covariance of Sx square and Sx dash square. Now transforming the expression variance of Tu2 into matrix format, we can find that it is W transpose of double dash S3W, where double dash equal to matrix. In matrix format, it is W0, W1, W2, and W equal to column matrix W0, W1, W. And S3 is equal to S00, S01. In matrix format, it is S02, then S10, S11, S12, S20, S21, S2. Where S01 is equal to S10, which is covariance of Sx square, Sy square, which is also given by theta, Ss square, Sy square, beta double 2, Xy minus 1. And S02 equal to S20, which is covariance between Sx dash square, Sy square, equal to theta dash, Sx square, Sy square, beta double 2, Xy minus 1. Then S11 is equal to variance of Sx square, which is equal to theta, Sx to the power 4, beta 2x minus 1. S12 equal to S21 is equal to covariance of Sx square and Sx dash square, which is equal to theta dash Sx to the power 4, beta 2x minus 1. S22 is variance of Sx dash square, which is equal to theta dash Sx to the power 4, beta 2x minus 1. The optimum value of W is given by W equal to Sy square, S3 inverse Q3, Q3 dash S3 inverse Q3, where S3 inverse is the inverse matrix of S3 and Q3 dash is the matrix of row matrix of Sy square, Sx square and Sx square. After expansion, we have the optimum value of omega or W is given in equation 8. It is a matrix by divided in the numerator. We have a matrix. By simplification, we find this. From 8, we get the optimum values of W1, W2, W2, W0, W1, W2 by substituting Sij. I varies from 0 to 1 and J varies from 0 to 1. And the optimum values are represented by W0 star, W1 star, and W2 star, respectively, which is given in the next slide. And optimum value of W0, which is W0 star, is given in equation 9. And optimum value of W1, which is W1 star, which is given in equation 10. And optimum value of W2, which is W2 star, which is given in equation 11. Using the optimum values W0 star, W1 star, and W2 star, the optimum variance of Tu2 is given by variance of Tu2 optimal is equal to Sy to the power 4 Q3 dash S3 inverse Q3, which is given as D by Sy to the power 4 D by the values, and D is the determinate value of S3 matrix and can be expressed as D is equal to S00, S11, S22 minus S00, S12 square minus S10 square, S22 plus S10, S12, S20 plus S02 plus, S10, S21 minus S02 square, S11. After simplification, we get VTU2 optimum is in this 13 number equation. Now let us come to compare this proposed estimator with the usual estimator. Different estimator we have already discussed in the introduction stage. So comparison of Q2 with usual unbiased estimator TB0, which is Sy square. We get variance of TB0 minus TU2, which is always greater than equal to 2. So this TU2 is always more efficient than mean per unit estimator Sy square. Now compare TU2 under optimality with two-phase ratio estimator TTBR. Comparing the variance of suggested and best estimate TU2 with MSC of TBR, then we get TU2 is better than TBR if these 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 conditions are satisfied. Now comparing TU2 under optimality with two-phase product type estimator TBP, comparing the variance of suggested and best estimate TU2 with MSC of TBP, we have TU2 is better than TBP if the following conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are satisfied. Now comparing our proposed estimator with two-phase regression estimator, we find that this will be better than regression two-phase regression estimator with beta 2 y minus 1, beta 1 minus beta square plus beta dash, beta square is better than 2 beta dash, beta 2 to xy minus 1. Now comparing Q2 under optimality with exponential two-phase ratio estimator TBR. And it is better than TBR if these 5 conditions are satisfied. Now comparison of the proposed estimator with two-phase exponential product type estimate. And it will be better if these conditions 1, 2, 3 are satisfied. Now these are the theoretical comparison. Now come to the empirical study. To study the performance of the proposed estimator numerically, I consider here 16 populations collected from different literature as described in table 1, 8 populations having positive correlation between X and Y, and in table 2, 8 populations having negative correlation between X and Y. The source of populations description of the nature of X and Y, capital N, small n, rho, beta 40 and beta 04 of these populations are presented in these tables. For comparison purpose, we have considered the usual under V0 equal to SY square, two-phase ratio type estimator TTBR, two-phase product type estimator TTBP, two-phase regression type estimator TTBLR, and proposed estimator TU2. Assuming the simple random sampling without replacement, the relative efficiency of different estimates with respect to TB0 are compiled in table 3 for the cases in which the correlation coefficient is positive, and in table 4 for the cases in which the correlation coefficient is negative. Table 1, the description of the population, rho greater than 0. The sources are Johnson 92, Draper Smith 1966, Black 2009, Steven 2009, Draper Smith 1966, Murthy 1967, Cochrane 1953, Black 2009. For population having negative correlation, we have table 2. The sources are Black 2009, Madala 1980, Draper Smith 1966, Adel and Heber 2007, Madala 1988, Black 2009, Black 2009, Adel and Heber 2007. And the percent relative efficiency of estimator with respect to TB0 and correlation coefficient is greater than this. We have this relative efficiency. The columns are N and N, TB0, TBR, TBLR, and TBU2. And here we can observe that the efficiency of our proposed estimator is maximum. Now, for second table, the percent relative efficiency of estimator with respect to TB0. When correlation coefficient rho less than 0, that is, the correlation coefficient is negative. At the time, we have also observed that our proposed estimator has maximum efficiency. Conclusion. In table 3, for population 1 to 8, the percent relative efficiency of TU2 is the maximum. In table 4, the population 1 to 8, the percent related expense of CO2 is the maximum. When the study variable and auxiliary variable are positively correlated, the proposed estimator is more efficient than the two-phase estimate of PDR and two-phase regression estimate of P. When the study variable and auxiliary are correlated, the proposed estimator is more efficient than two-phase estimate of two-phase and the reference like 2009, Pavilion, and Russia, 1997, Cochrane, 1997, Dark 1978, Dark 2019, Dark 1996, Dubai and Pharma 2008, Vidhan 1951, Adult and Award 2007, Tizaki 1983, Johnson, Jobson 1992, Kabilda and in 2007, Lee 1974, Madala 1992, Mukti 1967, Prasad Singh 1992, Kabir and Gupta 2007, Singh and Baidar 1994, Singh and Upadhyay 1988, H.P. Singh 1986, Singh and Solanki 2014, Singh and Solanki 2013 A, Singh and Solanki 2013 B, Singh Chauhan, Sawan and Kamal Chandra 2009, Srivastava and Raj 1980, Steven 2009, Swai and Mitra 1994, Swai and Mitra 1992, Swai and Mitra 1994B, Swai 2015, Wakimoto 1971, UCF 1982, Yadav and Upadhyay, and LMC in Chatterjee 2013. This is one of the report. Thank you for listening the report.
Thank you, Dr. Archana, for a good presentation. The session is open to questions. If anyone can any questions, they can ask Dr. Archana. If anyone want to make any comment, they can also.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Nitish as usual has some issues.
Okay. So if there are no questions or comments, let us thank Dr. Archana for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, Dr. Archana.
Thank you.
Professor Sadish, sir, can you hear me? Hello? I think there are some technical issues with Professor Sadish Kumar. Hello, sir, can you hear me? I hope our third speaker is not available, Dr. Nitish. So please wait. I think Sadish sir is facing some technical issues. He will get back to you soon. Dr. Riaz, you are also there.
Sir, I will inform them, sir. Myself, Dharmaja, I will inform them.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Sadish sir. Hello, Sadish sir. Sadish sir. Hello, Sadish sir.
റിയാസെ സതീഷ് സാർ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. കേറാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. നെറ്റിന്റെ പ്രോബ്ലം. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് കൃഷ്ണകുമാർ സാറിനെ ഒന്ന് ഇത് ചെയ്യും. കൃഷ്ണകുമാർ സാറിനെ നന്ദി പറയും. റിയാസ് പറഞ്ഞാലും മതി.
Krishnomarji.
Yes.
Okay. On behalf of the WSTA 2024, I express my sincere gratitude to you for chairing the session, and the speakers also, our sincere gratitude to both of the speakers. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Riaz, and I thank Professor Sadish Kumar also for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
In future also, we expect your cooperation with our department.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Yes. കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ. ഹലോ?
Hello, sir. Happy morning, Dr. Suresh.
Hello, Professor.
Okay.
Good morning.
Nice.
Okay. We have 15 minutes time for the next session.
Okay.
Just before some network issues, others can't hear me. That's why.
I'm hearing you.
Okay. Now it's okay, Professor. Okay. Audio and video are working. Isn't it okay, Professor?
Yes, it's coming.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Professor, in the next session, we have two speakers only, because
I was told Rituparna from ISIS.
Rituparna Sen and Jyotiam Divecha.
Jyoti, yes.
Vishwakarma, Professor Vishwakarma, Gajendra Vishwakarma, he has some issues, some urgent meetings to attend.
Okay.
So we have time. So let us start at 11:30, sir.
Okay. Right. I'll be online.
Yeah, Professor. Yeah. Hello, Jayalakshmi. Jayalakshmi.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jayalakshmi, please introduce the chair and support the chair for the smooth run of the session, please.
Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. We are moving on to the technical session 26 of WSTA 2024, which is an invited session that shall be chaired by Mr. Rajgopal A. Mr. Rajgopal A is the Senior Technical Officer of Indian Statistical Institute, Coimbatore. His areas of interest are statistical quality control and operations research. We are really lucky to have you, sir, for chairing the session today. So, with great joy and honor, I cordially invite you to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Welcome, Professor.
Nice. Thank you. Are you hearing me? I'm okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Jayalakshmi and Professor Dr. Satish Kumar. Every year this event is taking place, and I am wonderfully thankful that this year it started on Professor Mahalnobi's birthday and going on 9 to 9, 12 hours a day in an international timings. Some of the sessions I missed, and I am fortunate that I am honored. I feel that this technical session is being chaired by me, and I would like to invite Rituparna Sen, Professor Dr. Rituparna Sen. So happens she is from the same institute that I have served for 44 years. And Dr. Jyoti Divacha. I am happy to introduce both of them. And one of them, Dr. Gajendra Vishwakarma, could not attend due to preoccupations. So the two speakers are there between 11:30 and 1 o'clock, if I am correct. And we have 1.5 hours. So we have enough time. Usually it is given 10-15 minutes. Here we have 1.5 hours. Dr. Rituparna has enough time to dwell a very, very interesting and important topic of today's economy, the climatic change, sustainable development, and environments. So happened I also work with the industries on ISO 14001 environmental standards, ISO 45001 social and safety standards, and there are sustainability development standards by global reporting initiatives. The method that Dr. Rituparna is coming out for environmental standards is very, very important, not only for the academic, but really makes a value addition to standard of living and quality of living. And all the standards have been updated in ISO 9001 also for climatic changes. So very, very relevant and informative topic. Environmentally responsible index tracking. Maintaining performance while reducing carbon footprint of the portfolio. Emissions is one, portfolio is another. Relating both of them is something great that we will hear from Dr. Rituparna. And I invite you, Dr. Rituparna, to present your findings and enlighten us. Welcome, Dr. Rituparna.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm sorry my talk was scheduled on the first day and I was not free on that day to give the talk. So thanks for accommodating me today. So first, the technical things. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yeah? Okay. And the size is okay?
Yes.
Okay.
We can zoom it.
Yes, I'll try to do that. Is this better?
No, now it's fine.
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let me begin. I will talk about environmental responsible index tracking, and there are a lot of technical terms here. The statistical contribution of this paper is not much, but I really wanted to delve into this because of the, application, as it is so important. So as I go along, I will explain the different technical terms in the, this are kind of a long title in the title, and my co-authors are Dr. Shodeep Deb from the IIM Bangalore, and he really helped me to get the data. And Lakshmi MV was a master student in ISET Tirupati, and she did her whole last year, final year master's project with me, and this is essentially that work. So climate change, it impacts health, environment, ecosystem, but also it poses a risk to the financial systems. And my general area of research is statistics and finance, and we all try to do whatever we can do best. So I wanted to delve into the climate issues that affect the financial systems. This will necessitate the development of analytical tools, and the main issue is to take into account the environmental, social, and governance, the ESG factors, while we are making the financial indices. Such techniques are critical to solve the inefficiency of financial markets, especially in developing countries like India. So some work in these lines are being done in developed countries, but I did not see anything that is happening in India. So I have worked with Indian data on this. So eventually we will create 2 decarbonized indices from the established benchmarks, and specifically we will show that the resulting index significantly lowers the total carbon impact, which is one of the main aims, to reduce the carbon impact or some kind of ESG factor. And the method relies on tracking error, a metric representing the variation of the difference between a portfolio and its benchmark. So we will construct one portfolio, and then there is a benchmark portfolio that we are trying to track or match. So we will try to reduce the difference between these 2 portfolios. One is a benchmark index and one is the portfolio that we create. And then we demonstrate the efficacy in the Indian economy. So there are 2 aims here. One is to lower the carbon impact, and 2 is to match the benchmark index. So we do want to reduce the carbon impact, but if we actually make an index that doesn't perform as well as the market is performing, then no one is going to invest in that. So we also want to have some portfolio that performs well in financial terms. So essentially these 2 things, one is the environment and one is the financial, and both have to be optimized. After looking into this, we saw that the Indian stock market does have some sustainability theme indices, like the S&P BSE Green X, and I thought that this can be done, is because some of the stocks there's a lot of correlation between the different stocks. And so through this correlation, we can capture some of the performance of the stocks that we have already dropped. So although these dropped stocks are not in my basket, they are not in my portfolio, in and adjust their weights and use the correlation that they have with the dropped stocks to at least aim to perform close to the market index. And it was a very good surprise. It was a very pleasant surprise to see, and you will see the results that indeed the decarbonized indices that we propose perform almost as well as the market index, even though we have dropped a lot of the stocks. So a little bit about the data. We worked on the market index 50 that represents the weighted average of 50 largest Indian companies listed in the NSE, National Stock Exchange. The Nifty 50, that because the audience is from statistics, so large to the world's most actively traded contract, and it covers 13 sectors of the Indian economy, and the weights given to different sectors are in the slide. So this small index compared to worldwide indices like S&P 500, it has only been new. The methodology will rely a lot on Sumama 2016. So let me try to explain this method. So here we get a little bit into the notations and statistical technicality. So there are capital N equals first by their carbon footprints in decreasing too much. RI is the return. MI is the market capitalization, and QI is it is the change in the price, which is weighted by the price today. So price tomorrow minus the price today divided by the price today. So how much the price is changing in one day. And then the capitalization is the weight of that particular stock in the original index. So in the NSE index, for the 50 stocks, they have certain weightage, and those weights add up to 1. It is stock, putting weight on individual stock. So those are the MIs, and these are usually proportional to capitalization, how much total value of it. Then carbon footprint, which is some kind of numbers of emission of carbon thing that tells us about the carbon. And bold letters will denote the corresponding vectors. So we have 50 stocks, so I lands from 1 to 50. The portfolio of the benchmark, so in this case, the benchmark is the Nifty 50. The portfolio is denoted by RB. So it is some weights, WB, the weight vector, times the return of each individual stock. So WB and R are each 50-dimensional vectors. And so that inner product is the return of the total benchmark index. So WB is the vector of portfolio weights taken proportional to the market. As I said, market capitalization is how much value the stock has, particular stock. And WD is the vector of weights that we will propose. A new weight WD instead of the original vector, which is to the market capitalization 50. And will less weightage stocks that have emission. So that will be denoted by WD, and the return of that will be denoted by. Our objective is to minimize the tracking error. It is the difference between the returns. So we take the difference between the return of our and then a way that is the standard. We do not know tomorrow is going to that with or random can talk standard deviation. So we want to minimize standard deviation, and of course, if we take Wi to be exactly WB, then the standard deviation is 0, but we do not want to take WB. The reason being, the WB does weigh all the according to position and that. So we will find a new Wi, which if you look at error, emission box. Since we have a standard deviation, right? Because the variation or the variance of A transpose X is A transpose, the covariance matrix is a 50 by 50 object, and the estimation of that becomes really a mess. As statisticians, the last 10-15 years, we have seen that, and you may have seen some talks in this conference also, that estimation of high dimensional covariance matrices is very difficult. We do not have asymptotically, we do not have convergence. So that is a problem. Even if we have a lot of data, not have a lot of data, we cannot too much back into. So we want to reduce the dimension. Way of doing to use kind of a French factor model, compose some and the thing in the form of factor model that the return is expressed as a linear combination of some factors. Here the factors are small minus big, SMB, high minus low, HML, and things like that. So there's a momentum winners minus losers. Established that this captures a lot of the, as a diagonal matrix. Delta is the matrix of the and then we have a dispersion matrix omega. So essentially, mind when dealing with problems of high dimension. So the covariance matrix that we were trying to, or the standard deviation that we were trying to estimate, now becomes this WT. So A transpose sigma A, but the sigma is now replaced by this structured matrix. To strike a balance between reducing the carbon footprints and preserving, so all this was only the tracking error. So trying to preserve the diversity, trying to have a good performance financially. Now we come to the carbon footprint. So what do we do with the carbon footprint? We have proposed two methods. One is essentially just dropping the bad companies, and two is keeping them, but putting some kind of an outbound on the total carbon footprint of the portfolio. So these will be the two methodologies, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. In the first approach, we exclude the K worst performers in carbon, and the remaining stocks are re-weighted to minimize the tracking error. So here the decarbonized index is constructed using the weights WT and solving the tracking error minimization problem, subject to the constraints that the total weight is 1 and for I equals plus 1. Weights are 0. So not any weights in our view. The second methodology, sorry, before going into that, TRCA, which is used to solve this problem, which can minimize effects subject to some constraints on CX and X itself. It can take multiple linear or non-linear both, and the iterative algorithm. You put in a guess and then go towards the optimal point. The second methodology includes all the stocks. The back of the first approach is that we are dropping some stocks, so there is less diversity. And why do we like diversity? Because that kind of reduces the variance itself. So lower diversity leads to higher volatility and higher risk. And these are again some of the wise things from finance, that you want your portfolio to be as diversified as possible. So that is being compromised here. On the positive side, the possibility of inclusion in the index can serve as an incentive for the high emission companies to proactively reduce their emissions. So what I mean here is that since some companies are being dropped, we expect that those companies will want to reduce their index proactively so that they can be included, because each company, they want to be included in indices. They want their stocks to be traded as much as possible. So it's kind of a penalty for the bad guys. Contrastingly, the overall carbon footprint reduction with the second approach is significant but limited when compared to the first approach. So we see that the performance itself of the first index is better in terms of carbon emissions, because we have dropped a lot of the bad performing stocks. So it performs better in terms of carbon emissions than the second one. So the second one also does better than not doing anything at all, but it cannot perform as well as the first one. So now I will go to the data analysis. We consider Nifty 50 for 5 years, 2017 to 23. And to quantify the carbon footprint, we use the GHG, which is the greenhouse gas intensity per sale. So that is the short form of that is GHG. So that is one of the factors we will use. And the other factor we will use is the carbon dioxide emissions. So we will have 4 decarbonized indices, 2 for 2 methods, crossed with 2 for the 2 quantities we are using. One is the greenhouse gas and one is the carbon dioxide. So 4 decarbonized indices are created from each benchmark and using the 2 methods and the 2 proxies. The data is obtained using Bloomberg and Yahoo Finance. So Yahoo Finance gives us the returns. So every day, what are the stock prices? Those are obtained from Yahoo Finance, and that is obtained freely. The alarming thing is that the carbon emissions data is not available freely. You have to buy it, and ISI does not have a Bloomberg subscription. But thankfully, IIM Bangalore does, so we could obtain the data from their Bloomberg terminals. But this is something that is alarming, and it is not a good thing, because climate is something that affects all of us, and we need to have these data freely. So whoever has whatever power should push for that this emission data be made available freely for everyone. But anyway, currently this is so that is a policy statement, but currently this is the situation. So this is how we got the data. And the factor data is again available freely. We got that from the IIM Ahmedabad data library. Just to get some idea about companies which are not reporting their carbon emissions or their GHG emissions, although legally they are supposed to, they should. So this is year on year, so 2017-18, 20 companies have not, 20 of the 50 companies have not reported their carbon emissions. So this is how we read the table. The good thing is that that is decreasing. So more and more companies are complying with the requirements. But still, 21-22, we have more than 20% of companies are not reporting. And that leads to naturally, so we cannot include those companies obviously in our calculations because we have no idea what their carbon emissions are. So those companies are first definitely dropped from the index. Our analysis consists of three parts: determining the optimal value of K and C. So K, to remind you, is the number of stocks we are going to drop for the first decarbonized index. C is the threshold we will put on the total carbon emission for the second decarbonized index. So we have to determine what are the optimal values of K and C. We will generate the optimal portfolio weights. So, and then once we have these numbers K and C, we have to find the WDs, the weights, and we do that with a window of 1 year. So these are the in-sample calculations. For every year we do that using data for 1 year. And then we do some out-of-sample prediction. So using the index that we have produced for 1 year, we try to see how they will perform in the next 1 month ahead. So calculating the monthly performance and comparing them with the benchmark, which is out of sample. The optimal values of K and C are determined through an assessment of the cracking error using all 5 years of data. And a series of optimization are executed in GHG. For the GHG, the optimal K we obtain is 6 and C is 80%. So we will have put a threshold of 80% on the carbon emissions. And the numbers are 5 and 70% for the carbon dioxide. And then these values are employed in the subsequent steps. I'm going a little more than my time because you told me that there was no third speaker. I hope that is okay. So next we present a comparison of the decarbonized indices with the benchmark. This is the summary of what we see, that a substantial reduction in carbon footprint is evident, achieving more than 50% reduction in method 1. So if we drop this 6 stocks or 5 stocks, we can reduce the carbon emission by more than 50%. And this methodology can be expanded to consider sector-wise, which we have not done, but which we are working on right now. We could do a sector-wise optimization, which we expect will be maintained, will achieve even better things. And with method 2, as I said, the reduction is modest. It is 20 to 30%, so it's not as much as the first method, but even that is great, right? So if we can reduce carbon footprint by 20 to 30%, keeping the same level of financial performance, that is already quite good. So this is the summary, and then these are the plots. So you see the two panels. One is for the CO2, and one is for the greenhouse gases. The benchmark, which we are trying to match financially, is in red. So that is the carbon footprint on the y-axis of the benchmark. So it is quite high. And compared to that, the blue line, which is the decarbonized index 2, reduces it quite a bit by 20 to 30%. And then the green line is the decarbonized index 1 that reduces it even more. It reduces it by almost 50%. So this is the carbon index. It's very good, but how good is the performance in terms of the financial part? So the risk, so we first estimate the W's, and the risk of the benchmark is measured by the standard deviation of the new benchmark, and the risk of the tracking error is measured by the standard deviation of the difference. So we look at this ratio. that how much is the difference in terms or in multiples of the benchmark. And these in-sample estimates reveal significant carbon footprint reductions with low tracking error. So we want the tracking error to be low. We want the standard deviation of the difference to be low. Interestingly, DCI1 for CO2 exhibits high tracking error because, as we expected, when we drop certain things, there is less diversity and therefore the variance is high. So the tracking error is high for DCI1 and DCI2 meanwhile demonstrates low tracking error. So as I said, we want to keep both these indices because the first index has low carbon footprint but high tracking error, whereas the second one has low tracking error but high carbon footprint. And when I say high, it is not higher than the index itself, but higher than the other index. So it's still a 20%, 20-30% reduction from the index. So here are the tracking errors, and as you can see, the tracking error for the second method is in units of 10 to the minus 3, and this is just in units of 1. So the reduction is, the tracking error is much less for the second one. So that tells us that the second method is doing almost as well as the original index. We lose almost nothing in terms of financial gains. We are doing almost as well as the market, but we are reducing the carbon footprint by 20 to 30%. Our last point of discussion is the out-of-sample performance, and a comparison is made between the monthly performance of the decarbonized indices, and we observed that the constructed indices track the benchmark very closely. So let me show you the plot. And with that, we also looked at the climate events, because this was a hunch that Lakshmi had, that when there are some climate events, say some kind of conference or some kind of new rule that comes up, then people become more conscious about climate issues. People who are investing, the investors become more conscious and they try to invest more. So we wanted to see if there is, some phenomenon we observe in the prices around the benchmark, around such events. And what we see that the DCI1 of the greenhouse gas, this outperforms the benchmark in 75% of the events. So whenever an event takes place, right after that, we compare our decarbonized index with the original index, and we see that 75% of the time, our index is performing better financially right after such events. So these are the plots of those things, and it's a little difficult to see because there are all these 5 years. But first of all, the thing that should jump at you is that all the indices, the original index and the decarbonized indices, they are moving almost together. So the financial loss by doing this kind of decarbonization is very little. And then the red line is the original index, and you see that often the other lines are below the red line. But they're also sometimes above. And whenever there's an event, we draw these vertical black lines. So after the event, you see that the performance of the decarbonized indices is often better than the original index, like here. So that is the 75% of the time that I'm talking about, that after an event happens, often the decarbonized index is performing better than the original index. So people become more conscious of climate issues and try to invest more in the better performers in terms of greenhouse gas and carbon dioxide. So a summary of the findings. DCI2 maintains the composition yet provides a lower carbon footprint than the benchmark, whereas DCI1 renders an even lower carbon footprint because of excluding several stocks. In-sample calculations illustrates that the second index offers a very low active risk, which means that the tracking error is very low for DCI2. On the other hand, the out-of-sample results show that both indices are performing the benchmark during major climate events throughout the 5 years. So in conclusion, with the World Resources Institute identifying China, USA, and India as top GHG emitters, there arises a compelling need for decarbonized indices in India, and we have devised two optimization methods for creating practical decarbonized indices which complement existing green indices. They complement because the existing green indices are not performing very well in terms of financial gains. So, so in that sense, our methods will complement them. These indices offer real-world utility, granting investors time to acclimate to economic shifts and financial uncertainties, and they mitigate risks tied to climate policy. For long-term passive investors, these indices hold promise over clean energy options, and they exhibit comparable returns to benchmark, gaining an edge over carbon pricing and stringent emission policies take effect. So while we wait for those things to happen, we can at least do something for the climate, and not invest in companies that are not taking into account the norms, and still make sure that we have enough money for our retirement. So further considerations, measurement of company-wise GHG emissions is crucial, and we face the challenge that many companies are not reporting. That is a problem that we noticed. Regression results show limited explanatory power of the common factors, so the Fama French was actually not very useful. So we might not even look at the off diagonals. In future, we plan to extend to deal with missing data, because, as I said, many companies are not reporting, but they're not the same companies over the years. So we can try to do some kind of imputations. We also believe that consideration of sector-wise compositions with suitable data can enhance future results. And the thing that is mathematically, statistically interesting that we are working on right now is this was done with only kind of a mean variance portfolio optimization. But it is more important to look at other kinds of risk measures like value at risk, in addition to just variance, because we are interested in extreme events. When climate events happen, these are extreme events we are interested in. When our portfolio does really badly, we don't really mind so much what happens in the center of the data. So we are working on developing methods that will use measures like value at risk in the optimization rather than the standard deviation. And so that is that is ongoing work. And this particular paper has been accepted in the journal Statistics and Applications. And thank you. So that is all. Sir, you are muted.
Please unmute your mic, sir. Please unmute. Your mic is muted. You please unmute your mic, sir. Yeah, now it's okay.
It is great, Dr. Rituparna Sen. I have a few non-statistical managerial corporate clarifications.
Sure.
Number one, before I ask, first I should say that your book, Computational Finance Using R, is one of the good books written by the author Professor Dr. Rituparna Sen. And she is multiple in one. PhD scholar, corporate advisor, applied statistics from Indian Statistical Institute. You were in Chennai also for some time?
Yes, I was.
I think I met you there. We interacted. And she has done PhD guidelines to many scholars, and this study is very, very eye-opening and innovative, useful. I usually come across, I will ask my doubt after clarifications or some enlightenment of my ignorance. in certain areas that India is in, that how you can put value to it. Recently, I was in Chicago and I was working on sustainable development. I thought I will clarify from you. Before that, I would request the participants online or who are assembled at the Cochin University to raise questions or any clarifications. Please, the audience can open their mic and unmute and then ask the question. Dr. Sangeeta, you have any? Topic is so advanced and method is so multivariate analysis. You need reading before raising questions. Or you are already thorough. If you have any questions, please raise. Can I ask a few clarifications and enlightenment, Dr. Rituparna?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. See, I am in a meeting. I will call you back. See, the question is, it is a wonderful enlightenment. You have given the usual one, the emissions that is given in methanol and CO2, which is taken from a coefficients of total financial exposure and value employed, that is capital employed, that is assets worth of the company, net worth of the company, as a denominator, and numerator as the exposure of the paid up capitals. And this coefficient is taken on the total emissions. That versus the multiple regression linear model that you have shown in the first method. How do they go together is my first question. And the benchmark that you have shown on the graph on CO2 in the y-axis was on the top red line. I didn't understand how the benchmark is on the top red line, whereas the performance is the green line.
Right.
Second question.
Yeah.
And
let me answer your second question first.
Okay.
So the benchmark, this one, I think, the benchmark is the Nifty 50 that is traded in the market. So this we are not touching. So we are showing that keeping the same level of financial performance, we can reduce the CO2 emission.
Okay.
So this is reduced CO2 emissions, and then this financial performance is here, which is almost the same.
Okay. But now it is restricted to corporate, even MSMEs and so many industries in India. We are not practicing this. It is only a statement in the balance sheet on climatic change. What is that? You have given, but I find in USA even individuals' carbon emissions are benchmarked with 4 tons to 16 tons. They say, do you think this system will pollution?
And we hope it happens, and it happens soon.
It's coming in. Diesel is mostly % of their consumption. Emission going. It is mentioned, it is not effective still.
Yeah.
You have,
and a lot of people have to come together. So we all try in our capacities, and as an academic, I could do this.
what do you say that good this first my question is ratio of capital as a coefficient multiplied by
The 50/50 COVID is matrix.
yes.
So to reduce that, we are using this. So the model really is not
that objective function of minimize standard
the object. Yes. So we try to minimize this object.
You can share your email address and number.
Absolutely.
Numerical.
Sure. So here is email. Yeah, this is my email, and please do, and anybody, please do contact me. I would love to speak, take this forward.
And I also have another question: how to monitor this? This is a model that you have developed.
Yeah.
How to make it on year or month on year?
Yeah. So that is what we have done for the estimation. We have used year on year, and then we have done out of sample monthly predictions.
That outliers.
Yeah, not for outliers, but we have done this out of sample calculations to see how it is performing.
Is it a forecasting or
forecasting? Yes.
Oh, okay. How it is integrated in our exchanges?
In our what?
In our stock exchanges of stock prices.
Stock exchanges.
How?
I do not know.
Just seeing how.
Yeah, but this can be, and I think it will be a very good competitor to the ones they are using right now, because the ones they are using are not performing so well financially.
What do you think that the sustainable US, because very high restricted there, it is not much considered. The pollution level high and it is affecting the. Why this importance is coming from US? Why it is not self-recognized in India? I'm just asking.
I suppose the Indians are ready to take more risks in other aspects too, so that their financial things are better. So we will probably accept anything to make more money. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is another reason I wanted to do this, because I show that one can do both.
Are not questioning
one can do both. One can keep your finances okay and still reduce our carbon footprint. So you don't have to sacrifice.
Our financial analysis in MSMEs and private corporate limited and even public limited companies are very limited. And then second one is the environmental aspects and impact is not much understood. Greenhouse gases, even in the colleges in environmental sciences, not. Third one is the mathematical model that is going. I think you are in a very out of reach one. We have to come down to their present level and then bridge the gap, because we are also not asking any questions, no. Reason being, the sustainability development is that global initiatives, certification and reporting is becoming now important in East and UK and USA. It is still yet to come blossom into India. So the government is talking a little bit about climatic change international meet. It was a very nice session that you identified.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Yes, I'm going to just about her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ridhuparna, and I would interact with you further and we will discuss further. Thank you, Dr. Ridhuparna.
Thank you.
Can we invite to the second Jyoti Divecha. I am happy that we talked with industries and exponentially wide moving average, and even automated machines need interventions. In that, EWMA helped a lot. Your independent first order and second order, Dr. C. We're looking forward to hear how this methodology helped in the second order and how it can be used for avoiding, preventing the defects, contaminations, even the accidents. And the efficacy of the operation systems, because it is able to predict and prevent. Hear your
Thank you, sir.
presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Please welcome.
So is my screen visible to you, all of you?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is my research work in the area of statistical quality control, and in particular control charts, which are used extensively in industrial processes to monitor their processes and identify the anomalies whenever they occur, with minimum time lag and with accuracy. I am Jyoti Divecha from Department of Statistics, Sardar Patel University, situated in Anand, the city of Amul Dairy. I'll be
Better to open the files first of all and then share.
Sorry? Is my screen visible to all of you?
Screen is visible, ma'am.
Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes. Open and exhibit.
Yeah. So first, let me start with the background of exponentially weighted moving average, which is EMA variable control charts. In this work, I attempted to generalize them for applicable directly to process may be independent or having first order nature or second order autoregressive nature. The outline of this presentation has a total 14 slides, starting from subsequent 3rd to 14th. In the first 3 slides, I'll give you the background of EMA charts, how and when it was introduced. It's a very old chart, but is very popular chart in industries. Also, the EMA statistic is used in other areas of estimation also, and also in the other quality assurance area, which is acceptance sampling plans. Yet, EMA statistics have some limitations. So that also I will discuss. And hence, EMA statistics need modifications. So modifications whatsoever have been in the...
Can you present, please? Sorry for the interruption. Can you present opening the file?
That is what.
Or the slides?
Slides are not coming?
No, only the files are seen.
The second one?
Yes.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the outline of my presentation. As I was telling, I will revise what IMA is, consider its control charge limits, and then see what modification to improve it. And ultimately provide control chart journey started with be applicable to directly to the original observations. After him, 54 introduced Kusum chart, and 1959 introduced exponentially weighted moving average chart, which are taught in Master of Statistics courses, the quality courses. So people are actually aware of them. In 1990, looked at IMA chart for autoregressive processes, ARMA chart. So sort of look in a model form, the ARMA model. Capizzi and Masaroto in 2003 the IMA statistics so that they can provide modified IMA chart applicable directly to highly positive first order autoregressive processes. Khan et al. 2017 generalize sort of the idea of Patel and Dive and provide IMA chart with minimum ARL for independent process. If re-expressed, IMA estimate for the period n-1 the component of n-1 plus lambda 1 times En plus lambda 2 times sum of errors up cumulative errors plus lambda 3 times the error differences. Hence, several IMA charts and 10 of them modifying the estimator. So Capizzi and Masaroto modified this estimator in this way. So instead of the proportional error term, they considered a score function based on the error term. As told earlier, Verma did not change the IMA estimate, but they rather recalculated the variance of IMA for AR2 process.
And Patel and Divecha modified the EMA estimator as shown. That is, it was EMA statistic plus the process, which is yn minus yn minus 1. Then Khan et al. Modified the estimator by giving a weightage the current change, a weight of k, where k is a constant, and it must be determined for the specific purpose of a chart is to detect the shift as soon as possible correctly. To detect as soon as possible, one requires the control limit in narrow range, and so Khan et al. Used the minimum variance criterion and calculated the k value, which they found as minus lambda by 2, and accordingly the modified estimate becomes the following, which is lambda by 2 of yn plus yn minus 1, which is a lambda by 2 weight to the 2 consecutive latest observation when you are predicting for the nth period. 1 minus lambda times the n EMA estimate. So these are the modifications. Now I'll discuss what we have. It is the EMA statistic value, variance square into lambda adjusted for large n here means anything greater than 10, and hence the EMA control limits are as shown, which is the process mean plus minus L times the variance of the EMA, standard deviation of the EMA statistic. Verma et al., when they recalculated the variance for autoregressive processes, they found as shown in sigma square W Z bar T, this one, where the phi1 and phi2 are denoting the autoregressive 1 and autoregressive 2 parameter estimates, which will be substituted to calculate the variance of EMA statistics under second order autoregressive process. And hence subsequently the control limits will revise as shown below, where L and C in both cases are the design constants which are calculated on the basis of in control ARL criteria. The modified EMA by Patel and Divecha, mean invariances are as shown. The variance is more by quantity 2 lambda into 1 minus lambda upon 2 minus lambda times rho sigma square. And hence the corresponding control limits are as shown below, UCL and the LCL, where the second part is shown as k square. The modification by Khan et al., mean variance and the control limits are shown below. So this is the mean. Mean is common for all the cases, which is mu. Variances are differing. Variance in case of Khan et al. Is for the Zn is lambda by 2 sigma square, and hence the control limits are as shown. So in this research, what I'm proposing is that Khan et al. Considered the k-weighted current process change into the added to the EMA statistic resulting in a additional constant k apart from another constant, smoothing constant lambda, which people know when they read about IMA. So in this work, I will show that k will actually now serve as a signal to resistant constant, and hence it will remove the lacuna of IMA against inertia. Inertia is the difference in the current original state of the process and the status of IMA statistic, which produces the non-signal to which produces signal to resistance of the true status of the process. Accordingly, the mean and variance expression for the statistic Zn as shown above are here. To address a common chart procedure for independent first order autoregressive and as well as second order autoregressive, the Yn were considered as second order autoregressive process observations, and hence the term ρ1 and ρ2 are appearing, representing respectively those first and second order autocorrelation parameters. So variance of this new estimator were calculated. Along with variance, the mean square error term was also calculated, which is so which also contains as shown here. And in the IMA status, after expanding, one can see that the new estimator is containing all the terms of a good IMA type estimator, which is IMA estimate in the n-1 period, error, a term proportional to error, current error, a term proportional to cumulative error, and a term proportional to difference in the error. So this estimator with k weightage is serving as a good IMA type estimator. Now the question is, what should be the value of k? So in order to derive a value of k which addresses both the aspects, minimizing the variance as well as minimizing the mean square error, which will take care of the resistant resistance. So linear combination of c times the mean square error plus 1 minus c times the variance of Zn was minimized, and we found that the k value is as shown, 2 minus lambda minus 2. So now we know the value of k. Now what it has relevance to the type charts. So it is shown in this table. If you take k equal to minus lambda by 2, which you can substitute here, you'll find that value of c is 0. Alternatively, if you put c equal to 0, then you will get value of k as minus lambda by 2. And hence, the estimator, the modified IMA estimator will serve or will become the modified estimator of Carnot. If c equal to lambda upon 2 minus lambda, then k will be 0. And in that case, the estimator will be the IMA estimator, original standard IMA estimator, and hence it will result in IMA type chart, or sorry, the standard IMA chart of Roberts. And again, also the IMA statistic for modified IMA chart of Verma. For any other intermediate values of K, you'll have intermediate type of IMA charts. If you take C equal to 1, then K will be 1 minus lambda. And if you put K equal to 1 minus lambda, and if you produce it is this. So in this way, choice of K, right, charts. In the side graphs of K, choice of K is made by solving the linear combination of mean square error and variance, and hence it actually balances the ARL and signal to resistance properties, because variance is directly connected to the ARL properties and the mean square error is directly connected to signal to resistance properties. Its details are not given here, but the final results are shown. So what we see is in this graph is that if you see modified IMA chart of with minimum and its least. So on the y-axis, we have both shown the value of ARL and SR. While the JEMA chart with K.1, say, which is an intermediate value, will have ARL and SR both. So this is the point where you have ARL and SR value for JEMA 1 chart. For modified IMA chart, as we can see that ARL is the least, but the SR value is very high. And for IMA chart, the ARL value is this, whereas SR value is this. SR values are in the bold line and ARL values are in the dashed line. With K large, which is say 0.25, we see that the SR value is very low, whereas the ARL value is high. So there is need of a balance of ARL and SR property, and they are also conflicting with each other. So if we can choose a chart which balances the properties, then IMA can be bettered in terms of inertial properties. Using the expression for variance, which is common for independent first order autoregressive and second order autoregressive processes, by putting the values, this table summarizes as when the process using EMA and when it should be using analyze EMA with appropriate K value. This table is obtained by the EMA chart, which is K equal to 0, which is GMA processes. When either the first order autocorrelation is negative or second order autocorrelation is negative, or both of them are negative. In all those cases, actually EMA can be directly applied to the original observations. There is no need of going into any transformation like looking at them as ARMA or anything else. Going towards independent case, which is when both the first order autocorrelation and second order autocorrelation terms are 0. Which part? For independent processes, if you want to balance, and against that, if your process have second order autocorrelation is high, or even your first order autocorrelation is high or even moderate, then also you choose GMA, but then you should consider value of K as 0.5. Then it will take care of the inertial situation. This gives you comparison of the ARL values for different charts, and for different situation also depicting that in case of this type of process, one should use GMA chart with K 0.5. For this type of process, which is independent process, you should use GMA with K 0.1. And for this type of process is first order that will this. Of on Montgomery and Maastricht-Law 1991 illustrated data values, where the sigma was 1.3 and the first order autocorrelation coefficient was 0.84. As the ARL and SR properties. So this chart, with rhombus type symbol line, then GMA statistics, the dark line, the EMA statistics, the dotted line. So what we see is at some point, like this point, during 50 to 60, there is a gap in what EMA predicts and what original process is. Also, there is gap when during 80 to 90 observation, which causes inertia. So EMA won't be able to handle the inertial situation while GMA will be, and will be able to provide you accurate monitoring. We can see that the control limits are very for autocorrelation factor terms. Second example is of a process which is autoregressive of second order. This illustration was taken from Verma paper, which was on furnace temperatures, where the autocorrelation terms are as shown. We see that it is high positive autocorrelation, but the second order autocorrelation is low. And hence it is situation where GMA is more suitable. And it was found that GMA 0.3 is suitable, and we can see that it mimics the process very clearly. The furnace temperature original observations are the line with dots, and the GMA 3 statistic are this light line with hollow circle symbols, and EMA statistic is with square line symbols. So at many places, we can see the slackness in estimating the process mean by EMA, whereas GMA can do it quite closely. Accordingly, there may be a misdetection of shift due to EMA, but it can be taken care of if one uses the GMA chart. It was a very short discussion, and I concluded my paper in this way. This paper unifies EMA type charts for independent first and second order autoregressive processes, introduces a new chart obtained by improving EMA statistic called GMA, regularized by or controlled by control statistic K, which can control the true LRM when it should give LRM, and as well as the false LRM. The chart is user-friendly, allowing the user to employ it as per their preferred ARL and inertial or signal to resistance properties. Mind that if you take K large, then ARL will be high. So value of K should be balanced across your choice of how much you want to handle the inertia and how much you want to reduce or ARL. It re-explores that the standard EMA chart is directly applicable to negative autocorrelated processes, and that EMA chart of Patel and Divecha is directly applicable to highly positively autocorrelated processes. But in general, GMA chart is directly applicable to all type of processes, which may be independent, first order autoregressive or second order autoregressive. Thank you.
I am extremely happy about the presentations given by Jyoti. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
It is very interesting that the exponential weighing movement introduced with factor. That is something applicable to all modern industries with intelligence monitoring systems. I have few doubts and clarifications. It is almost 1 o'clock past 5 minutes, and I would quickly ask the participants to raise questions, and then clarify with Dr. Professor Jyoti.
Yeah, sure.
And then I will ask my doubts if there is time for few minutes. The floor is open to participants online, please. It is well attended program. More than 25 experts from the various fields are participating, and they are dwelling with various inputs that has been given in the hierarchy of your literature survey, how various control charts is becoming to various parts. Only can I ask a doubt, please? There is no
please.
questions from the floor. The inertia that you found, K, the alarm that it will give, is it from the final result or the K factor by itself? Is the first question. Second is this ratio of autocorrelation. This is for dependent variables. Can we use ARIMA method directly for forecasting instead of this K factor? This is my second.
Here, when we say that, so people have done it, like they have fitted a ARIMA model to the original process observations, and then calculated the control limits,
Yes,
and then applied those limits and monitor the observations.
how it is coming to specificity and sensitivity? To K factor, how it is, how
Because minimize inertial situation, which is error, and the bandwidth, which is in terms of the variance. So it takes care of both simultaneously. Only thing is situation is conflicting, as the user must be aware as how much inertia is there maybe in their process.
which is powerful.
That is how quickly the process have abrupt changes in from the standard process mean. Like if the process mean shoots up very high, then what will happen? The estimate at the same time, larger way the both.
The present that is going on is without K, but using ARIMA. But now introduction of K is definitely the eye opener for specificity and sensitivity detections. Power will be better in this. The power will be better.
Here in terms of ARL, and so it takes care of that the power calculation as well.
Yeah. But this can you amplify how this SR helps. ARL is okay, but how that SR helps?
Yeah, for detailed understanding of
like
signal to resistance.
Temperature, yes.
Signal to resistance, it's a concept introduced by Woodall and Mohammed.
Oh.
And it is to measure the gap between the observation and the estimate.
Okay.
Statistic. So that gap is known as signal to resistance.
It reduces the moving differences?
Yes, moving differences.
Okay. Nice. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, Professor, and it was very useful and applied research work which can be taken as a retrofit to CNC machines. If it can be put in a machine learning algorithm with a hard device, CNC machines. I will discuss with you, and it will be very automated process monitoring systems, particularly where CNC machines and process dyeing companies involved. I will discuss with you after some time, and it is past 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for all the participants for hearing these innovative sessions presented by Dr. Rituparna and Dr. Jyoti. Both have done a excellent job in the applied research area, and I am very much heartfully congratulate them for taking this much effort to put
Thank you, everyone, for attending the session.
And thank you so much, Professor Dr. Satish, for organizing and inviting the right people in right manner, right time. Thank you for the opportunity.
As always.
Professor Dr. Vishya. Yes?
Yeah.
You too.
Thank you, Professor. And vibrant session. Very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Next starts to change technology. Please meet. The other two speakers will be there. The other two speakers will be there. Yeah. So if they are available, we can start at Shikhar. Let us wait for that. 1:20. Now 7 minutes for the session.
The first speaker is not there. Sandeep Kumar is absent.
Sandeep Kumar. Here I noticed his name. Not in this session.
He's presenting in some other session.
Yeah. So his talk will be rescheduled in the session number 29. This is session
29,
26, 27.
27. This is 27. Ashok Kumar and Shikhar Tyagi.
So they will join. Shikhar Tyagi, I just noticed just before, noticed in the list of the people in the meet.
Okay.
But now his name is not there in the list. So I hope he will.
So the time reserved will be equally distributed, or they have stipulated time?
Yeah, you can, that left to you, because we have not taken time for lunch break. In fact,
fine.
We are continuously going on without
going on. Okay.
lunch break. So this is what happened. So we have now 6 minutes for the next session. You can take, that depends on the speakers. If they are available, you can arrange the time. Half an hour you can allot them, and for discussion and other matters you can give further time. Or otherwise, if you feel that it feels good, you can give some more time, no problem.
Maximum. Yeah.
Mainly because the absence of the other speaker. So you can you have the freedom to.
Yeah. Earlier, they are expected to present for 20 minutes and 5 minutes for the presentation, right? Like that.
Yeah. 30 minutes. 30 minutes means 30 minutes. They have 25 minutes to speak, 5 minutes for the he's Sandeep is not here in the group. You can give some more time. That's left to you. In between, shall I contact them whether they join? Yeah. Ashok Kumar is here in the group. Now Ashok Kumar is here in the group. You can ask Ashok Kumar whether he is ready.
Ashok Kumar Moran.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. If you are ready, you can speak at 1:20 itself.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. I can present right now. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
If it is possible.
Yes.
2-3 minutes.
If you are ready with your presentation, we can start by 1:20.
Yeah.
No issue, sir. No issue, sir.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Okay, sir.
So we can start the technical session number 27.
Just a minute. I'm waiting for 1 or 2 minutes, because our students will introduce the chair, and thereafter we can move.
Okay.
Now 1:18. We can 1 more minute. We can take then. in C, because some people are waiting while we are conducting these types of conferences, especially they have to stick on the time, because some people join by that time to attend.
Yeah.
Okay, let us start the session. Hamna?
Yes, sir.
Hamna, you please introduce the chair and help the chair to run the session in a smooth way, please.
Hello, everyone. We are moving on to the technical section 27 of WSTA 2024, which is an invited section chaired by Dr. Naufal. He works as an associate professor at Department of Mathematics. Include application theory, numerical solutions of partial differential equations. You, sir, for chairing the section today. For the great and honor, I cordially invite you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Actually, we are about to start the technical numbers 27. The next speaker is Ashok Kumar from University of Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. And he will be talking about Bayesian inference for reliability measures of power. Over to you, Ashok Kumar.
First of all, I would like to thanks to the chair and Satish sir for giving me the opportunity to present my work. So can I share my slides, sir?
Yes,
sure.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is it?
Yes, visible.
Okay, thank you. So, I, Dr. Ashok Kumar, working as an Department of Statistics, University of Lucknow. Today, I am going to present my reliability measures. Assessing the electrical component reliability, this reliability functions and this will also helpful in various aspect of the Bayesian aspect with the different type of Jeffrey with the different type of priors we have discussed in this, and basically this distribution, the power function distribution is preferred over the log normal, exponential, and Weibull distribution because these distributions contain so many properties that I will discuss one by one. And it was introduced by the 1976 by the Dawes. This shows that the effect follows the power function distribution, then 1 upon x follows the Pareto distribution. So this is, again, you can say that it is a kind of Pareto distribution, and Pareto distribution is a very popular distribution which is basically used for economic areas. So Rahman and you have used estimators. Fayette had the Bayesian estimators of the parameters using the informative event meters, reliability functions, And Bayesian inference, I have used both informative and non-informative priors, and also the symmetric and asymmetric loss functions also considered for obtaining the Bayesian estimation. We also have used the lower record values for the data collection, and thrust of the study is the Bayesian estimation of the power function distribution based on the lower record values. So introduce the concept of the record widely discussed the Bayesian estimation by the several Nadar and Kizilison on Bayesian estimation of the strength reliability using lower record values from the exponentiated inverted Weibull distribution. So record values play a major role in the daily life problems concerning the data related to the numerous fields such as the economic, weather, sports, and so many games, activities, temperature. There are so many areas where the record values is important. Chandler introduced the main idea of the record values and inter-record times, and they started the statistical study of the record values as the model for success of independently and identically distributed random variables. So, for example, we are going to conduct an experiment for studying the breaking concrete slabs. Then we want to know that what is the minimum force implemented to result into the break the concerned slab actually, because in that case, suppose we want to break the slab, so by forcing suppose 5 kV 5 time force, by using any type of force, the slab can be broken. But the thing is that we want to know that what is the minimum level of force so that we can so that the slab can be broken, or what is the maximum tolerance of the slab by what is the maximum tolerance of the slab so that slab cannot be broken. Actually, this is the point where just we increase by the 1 unit of this force so that your slab may be broken. So we want to know that particular basically point where my slab is not broken, or where where the slab can be broken. So there are many authors, there are many other examples which shows the impact or necessity of the record values, with like hotter day ever. So that we want to know that what is the maximum temperature in a particular season or till now actually, or a list of the world or Olympic records in a particular sports, or the lowest stock market figure, or so many other things, longest winning streak in a professional basketball, and many other domains also, so that you can see there is a lots of scope to discuss, lots of importance to discuss the record values. The record values can be classified into two categories, maybe the lower record and the upper record values. So when we will say a particular record is the upper record or lower record, if suppose an observation xj, upper record value if its value is greater than all the previous observations. A particular value, its value is higher or larger than the previous values. For that is xj greater than xi for every j greater than I. Similarly, the lower record value, that value which is less than all of the observations. from the previous year. So records are of the or random next to. We can also consider this example. Now, suppose this is we consider the real life data set representing the failure times of the 59 conductors from an accelerated life test. So this taken from the lawless book. And suppose both the examples, suppose if you want to carry using over record, then you can see that the first value is 6.545. So our first value will always be in the data, because without first value we cannot start the data. So whether we are going for the upper record or whether we are going for the lower record, so always we will have the first value in our data. So the first value is the 6.545. Then next value is 9.289. So if we are going to the lower, then you can see that 6 value is lower than the 9, or you can say the 9 is higher than the 6.5. But we are looking here for the next lower value than 6.5. So the next one is the 7.5, which is again higher than 6.5. Next is 6.9, which is again higher than 6.5. But next is 5.4, which is the lower than 6.5. So in that case, we will extract or we will consider that value in the data. So the first value is 6.5, then we will consider the 5.4. Now our next task will be consider next value which is lower than 5.4. So next is the 4.706. Now our next target is to collect that observation which is now less than 4.706. Now next observation is 2.97997. So next value we will search from all the data whether we have any value which is less than 2.997, then we will consider into the sample, otherwise we will ignore it. That means only this set we will use. Similarly, an upper record values can be considered. Suppose the first value is 6.545, then next is the 9.2. Then we will consider 9.2. But next is 7 lesser than 9.2, lesser than 9. Again 5 and 9, again 4.8, which is again, and after the in the second 11.038, which is higher the 9.289. So we will consider this value in our record. This considered value is known as the upper record. And again now we will search further from the remaining data any value which is above 11.038. We will consider into the data, otherwise we will ignore it. So by using this technique, we can select the data based on the record values. Either you can go for the lower record or you can go for the upper record. It is again a problem of your concern actually, based on your objective. Now comes to the distribution. We have considered a continuous random variable and having the power distribution. The function is very simple. Theta x to the power theta minus 1, x lies between 0 and 1, theta is again greater than 0. And here parameters. We can easily calculate the CDF, cumulative density function, just integrated with respect to 0 to x. And then these functions, reliability function and hazard rate functions, hazard rate can also be calculated very easily with the formulas. Then comes to the likelihood function. This is the new concept, or this is the main concept of the paper, where we can go how we will calculate the likelihood function using the record values. So record values function can be calculated using the formula which is given by the equation L is equal to f x of m, f of xm. It means that this is the value of the PDF based on the mth record value, whether mth lower record value. So we are considering this is the likelihood function for the lower record value. And then we have the product of the ratio of the CDF to the corresponding PDF, corresponding PDF to the CDF based on the particular record values. So if you talk about the likelihood function based on the m record values, you for the power function which is given by Lx theta, x theta to the power m, xm to the power theta, and product of xi. That means product of all the lower record values. The wage estimators are derived using the informative and non-informative price under both symmetric and asymmetric loss function. So briefly, I am introducing all these basic concepts. Squared error loss function is a simplest symmetric loss function, and which is also defined as L theta theta cap proportional to theta minus theta square, where theta cap is the base estimator, and in that case the base estimator of theta under self is the nothing but it is the mean of the posterior distribution. Mean of the posterior distribution. Now we have used another concept of loss function, general entropy loss function. It is a generalization of the entropy loss function, and which is again given, this function is given by the particular equation, and this equation, in this equation the parameter C play a very important role. If this is we consider C does not equal to 0, but if C is less than 0, then underestimation of the parameters get more serious than the overestimation, and if C is greater than 0, then we will have the vice versa. And in that case, the base estimator of theta under self is given by the following expression. Use the informative regarding the theta, consider the gamma prior distribution, and in that case we have the A1 and B1 are the hyperparameters, and non-informative prior we have used two non-informative prior. One is the uniform prior, in which that is proportional to 1, given theta is proportional to 2 and 1, and again we have used the Cauchy prior, which is given by the g to theta proportional to 1 upon theta to the power d, where d is greater than 0 and d is theta is greater than 0. Jeffrey prior is proportional to the square root of the Fisher information matrix. So in case of power obtained in this case, it is proportional to the 1 upon pulse is also obtained 100 into 1 minus alpha percent equal to tailed credible interval. For the exact posterior distribution can also be defined with the can also be seen by the following equation. Now comes to the next topic, Bayesian estimation of theta, RT and ST using the gamma prior under self and self. So this is final expression where we have obtained the Bayes estimator of theta in case of gamma prior under the self given by the following expression, theta cap gs m1 plus a1 upon b1 log 1 upon xm. So Bayes estimator of Reliance hazard rate under self are also given by the following expression, and HT under self by given are given by the following expressions. Now Bayesian estimation in case of the Cauchy prior, Jeffrey prior and uniform prior under self and self also consider. So the Cauchy, Jeffrey and uniform prior can be obtained from the gamma prior using the putting the particular values of hyperparameter as given. So we have considered gamma prior provides the Cauchy prior. If we put A1 is equal to 1 minus B and B1 equal to 0, and B1 and gamma prior and equal to 0. Special case of the So in this case of Cauchy prior, we have obtained under self, we have obtained the estimators of theta, RT, and ST by the following expression. All the now you can the in case of Cauchy prior under Z, we also expressions generally in Bayesian basically we got the we are not having the expression, although these are estimators are the Bayesian estimates, and we are getting all the expression in the closed form. So these are the TNST using uniform priors under GEL. So we have conducted a simulation study conducted based on the 3000 replications, and we have used the three size hyperparameter are chosen as prior mean is equal to the intervals of Bayes estimates using the informative priors of theta RT are presented in the table 1, and table 2 listed the risk function and the length of the credible interval for the estimator using non-informative priors of theta RT and S. So this is the these are my results based on the different size of parameter, different size of the sample 20, 30, 50 for the theta under GEL for the parameter theta equal to 2 and t equal to 5, and we have considered the GEL when c equal to 2 and when c equal to -2, and in this case we get the length 0.1563, 0.154, 0.1267. So we can see that for the case in case of the parameter theta, as we are increasing the size of the sample, we are getting the closest, or you can say the length of the credible interval is minimum, or we are getting the closest length of the interval. So the size of the sample similarly also obtained for the reliability and for the hazard function, and the same interpretation is also there when we are getting the shortest length of the credible interval. The size of the sample, we are getting the shortest length of the interval rather than it is the parameter theta or reliability function or hazard rate. So this is my conclusion from the study. It can be seen that the table 1-2, the length of the credible interval decreases as we increases the size of the sample. It can also be observed that the risk function and the length of the credible intervals in case of informative priors are smaller than the non-informative priors. And the Bayesian estimator of the parameter reliability function hazard rate of the power distribution is been done we also use the same thing by both informative and non-informative priors. In informative, we have used the gamma, and non-informative Cauchy, uniform, and Jeffrey priors. These are few my references which I have used in this. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Ashok. Thank you, Ashok Kumar. Actually, are there any questions? questions? So Satish sir. Questions? Any question? No. So nice presentation. If you we are moving on to the next session.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shikhar Tyagi.
Shikhar Tyagi's time is.
Yeah.
So whether he join, if he join, we can continue.
Yeah.
Let me. I have to check whether contact him via mobile only.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, let me wait for some more time.
Some time.
Next speaker, Shikhar Tyagi is joined. Our next speaker is Shikhar Tyagi, Christ University, Bangalore. He will speak on bivariate teaser model using copular dependence properties and case studies. Over to you, Tyagi, Dr. Tyagi.
Thank you so much, sir. May I share the screen?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Can you make it into full screen?
Sure. Visible?
It's visible. But you slide.
Okay, sir. Now it full screen, sir?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Shikhar Tyagi from the Department of Statistics and Data Science from Christ University, Bangalore, Yeshwanthpur campus. Today I am going to present one of my research paper on bivariate teaser model using the copular dependence property and the case studies. This is the list of the contents that I am going to in my presentation today. So first of all, widely used exponential and gamma distribution, variable distribution, Rayleigh distribution are the commonly analyzing the lifetime distribution that we mostly use earlier. And the traditional distribution in that case oftenly struggle with the diverse real world data, prompting the certain of new flexible distribution families. So many methods exist to convert the traditional univariate distribution into the bivariate distribution. Like FGM cupula and Clayton cupula or sine cupula methods are also there. So in that one, we have already developed several bivariate distributions like that. Bivariate exponential distribution, bivariate variable distribution, bivariate Pareto, gamma, and log normal, etc. are there. Recently, we are working area where so many distributions are developing now. So approach use order statistics component. So in that one, another is the coupler models are increasingly used to describe the dependency between the random variables in the field like economics and the biology. So a coupler is a multivariate distribution function with you in the interval 0 to 1. So various generalized IBM coupler has been so Western structuring the bivariate distribution 1956 and further studied by the Gumbel in 1958 and 1960s. So FGM family distribution was named the Farley in 1960, which expanded the its recently reference about the Pathak is there. FGM Kapula nowadays, and the notable other Kundu Gupta, and recently few distribution developed by the Muhammad Abul Professor Arvind Pandey. All right. So recently studied Dolati professor who nowadays. So in this study, the teacher distribution to convert it into the bivariate distribution. So teacher distribution was initially proposed by the teacher in 1934 to visualize the mortality due to aging. Later, Laurent in 1975 reviewed the teacher model and classified based on the life expectancy and its use in the demographic research, and applied the at all in 2015 model in Joda et al. In 2017 proposed the so for the bivariate distribution determined by the couplage, we are going to bivariate teacher distribution that are shown in this equation. These are the graph of the bivariate teacher distribution and the bivariate survival function of the teacher distribution. So in the model, we can see that we have a lot of flexibility. We can see in the also in our that situation where also. So for to that we just find out the condition function that help us to find out in several dependence function that help us to find out in several dependence properties like hazard gradient function or local there. Also, we just find out the constructors hazard rate function for the dependence measures here. In that one is the most both univariate survival function with respect to Z1 and with respect to Z2. So with respect to that, we find out the Clayton-Oka measure of association here. After that, to validate our model's existence, we did the simulation study and the real life data classical we have done in Kapula with distribution to generate Z1 and we choose the initial values of the parameter and we just generate the different sample sizes between 10 to 100 like 10, 20, 30 up to the 100, and we took the confidence interval shrink a lot. So after that, another method that we use, that is the Bayesian. Now the question may be raised that why we didn't consider the another. Now the question may be raised that why we didn't consider the another risk function like the precautionary loss risk function like precautionary loss function and the non-informative priors in that condition. So mates and sample size, graphical parameter one only. It look like constant because the value is small. So it may look like the constant, but if we see the values, they are decreasing continuously. And loss function, it is very small. And as we can see that the confidence interval under the classical method or informative prior or non-informative prior, it is continuously shrink as the sample size is going to increase for all three parameters. All right. So we can see that it established that our model is very well for in under the classical estimation method and the Bayesian inference method. So illustrate the real to confirm to see that the how it works on the live data. So we just took the 50 observation bore thickness of 15 mm and diameter was 12 millimeter. So in the we just consider the Bayesian influence on the estimation and the convergence of the density to check the convergence of the model. We just use the trace plot density and it shows that stable parameter estimates and low autocorrelation and showing the, and also we just take the maximum likelihood estimate that we employed here. MLE provide the fundamental insights while Bayesian estimate were refined using the various techniques like self, MQ self and the PLF under the non-informative informative priors. So Clayton Kapula related distribution. Sorry, this is one is that bivariate generalized and AI to choose the better model. So the bivariate fit and indicate representation. So in that one, we have the few graphical representation there. So for the J1, J2 and delta, you can see the trace plot that we are having the almost convergence here, and the exact posterior density plot we see for the J1, J2 and delta here, and we can see almost negligible. And also we just to check that the in and Bayes estimation we also did, but also we applied the Helberg-Welch test here. In that one, we just got the p-value of the Helberg test for J1 convergence of the model graphical representation 0.05 for under the non-informative and informative, and we are finding that it's providing the convergence because it is more than 0.05. In that one, we just apply the correlation coefficient, also Kendall, Tau, and Spearman to see the value dependency of the all the values are less than 0.2, and we use the FGM couple that we have the table like log likelihood, AIC, BIC, and AICC. In this, see that we have the lowest AIC, BIC, and AICC value, all the mentioned model. And these are the few references are there. Thank you. Any question?
Any let me clarify that you.
Yes, sir.
PDF here. Mention. Yeah.
The zeta 1 is the parameter of the marginal distribution minus 1 to 1. If it is allowed to be 0, then it's
Allowed to be 0. Now, what will be the behavior when delta
if delta will
is
be 0,
0?
so both variables will be the.
You mentioned next slide. Just next slide. You wrote some quotient. Right?
Quotient dependence, sir?
Not this one. Previous one. I think there was NUOD.
Yes.
Where?
Sir, this one only.
This one. That quotient. Yeah, here. Previous slide. That's the previous slide.
Not G.
How? How?
Where you asking, sir?
You wrote this question. An expression.
Because it's a marginal distribution. I'm not saying that it will not be 0. It can take 0, but it's a CDF only, sir. So it cannot be take the 0. In that case,
will not assume the 0
it will take only 0 when it will take 0 only in that condition when the CDF will not take the parameters are not in the range. At that time, the CDF will become 0 only, sir.
Okay. Then thank you, Dr. Shigar Tyagi, for the nice presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Both the speakers, the other speaker is not in the group, so I hope can conclude this session.
Yeah.
Thank you. A big clap to Ashok.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. and Dr. Shigar. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Please, others, please remind we have a next session, special invited session related to our agricultural group. organized by Arpan Baumik, and the session will start at 3 p.m. So we have 40 to 45 minutes there. Please stick on or here, or you can, someone can go and rejoin, no problem. Anyway, start the session. You have to do before 3, so that 3 at 3 p.m. session will begin here. The other session is going on in our hall A. Hall A, there is a good talks are going on. You can, those who have interest can join there also. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Hello, Sadish sir, I am ready here. Hello, Sadish sir.
Nitya ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. Nitya.
Hello. Sadish sir.
Nitya. Swapna. Vaishnav. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, Sadish sir, I am here.
Sandra. സാന്ദ്രയുടെ പേര് സാന്ദ്ര. Let us start the session. Can you hear me, Joseph?
Okay. No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes. കേൾക്കുന്നില്ലേ?
Can you?
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, okay. Our students, Sandra or Nitya, whether anyone is here in the group? Okay, if there is no one, let us move. Anyway, we have to start the session. Our session scheduled at 5:40. So we have in this session we have 4 speakers. So Professor Josar is here to chair the session. Professor K.K. Jose is is presently the professor and director of the Department of School of Mathematics, Statistics and Data Analytics of Mahatma